There we go, that's better. Accidentally spilled a little bit of my drink, so I had to clean that up. Let me show off a little bit of what we've been up to. It's mostly, I've got this here done. Weapons platform. That should keep those pesky friggin' drones off of us. Mayhem's been experimenting a little with a potential flying vehicle, although I'm not sure if this is going to actually be built. And wolves are still annoying as fuck. There. Yep, still very, very much super annoying. I'll fix that in a moment. I think I'm just gonna put some turrets up here because me and Mayhem are both getting sick and tired of these stupid wolves. They're so annoying. I've also... No, that was... I think I did this last week, right? Not sure. But we've got some collectors now, so we can get all of our stuff off of Wally and into the base. Makes that a heck of a lot easier than having to do it manually. This is these connectors all over the place. That's mostly Mayhem stuff because he needs to have his vehicles charged. And our landing pads all only have connectors at the bottom, while most of his vehicles have their connector at the back. Which means he needs a different type of... or he needs a different orientation of connector. Yes, yes, I'll be with you soon, stupid wolf. Shut up. I swear those things are so annoying. But yeah, that's mostly what I've been up to. I'm gonna start off in a moment with a little bit of farming. And as the title already, well, spoils, I guess, we're, or at least I'm planning to go and have a look around in space. Because I would really like to get an asteroid base going. The thing is, I have some testing to do because solar radiation is a thing in the game nowadays. So I'm gonna need to figure out how long I can actually stay outside of a pressurized cockpit. And how fast you die doing that. That way I will know if I need to build an entire base, including a hangar bay, that is fully pressurized, or if we can actually survive for a while outside of a pressurized space, in which case there is less of a there's less issue there. Although I do suspect that I'm gonna have to build a lot of the space station on planet here and then fly it up into space somehow. I have some ideas for how to do that, but we'll see where we end up. Anyway, let's get back into our player and let's go and have a look around. First off, farming. Because while we do have a decent amount of food, I would like to have a little more. I'm not sure. Did I do this Did I do this last week on stream? I'm not sure. Oh, game seems to be stuck. Really, game? Are we gonna crash now? That would be... Yep, that's a full crash. That's new. Huh. That is extremely rare. Whoops. Well, let's get the game back up and running. We are still running pretty much completely vanilla, by the way. No mods here to make it easier for other people to join in. There we go. Let's give things a moment to load in, because, well, yeah. At the moment, there we go. That's a lot better. Cool. So, like I was saying, farming needs to be done. Oh, right, yeah, and I'm not sure if I did this on stream last week, but I got a little computer set up over here, which is where Izzy's inventory script, as well as over here farmhand is running. Those are both running over here. Yes, yes, I'll get to you. Shut up. There, happy now? Loud fucker. Eesh, those things are annoying. Okay, let's do a little bit of planting. Go, didn't miss anything. Nope. Cool. Then we hop over here and we get the veggies planted. We still have about 160k ice, and I'm pretty sure the main hydrogen tank is full at the moment, so the only thing we're really using a decent amount of ice for is the food right now. So we're pretty good on ice. Mayhem is going to be working on ice though. He has some plans for a big ice mining rig. We've been discussing those over the past weekend, talking about how to get that done, but I think the idea that we've come up with is going to work quite well. Okay, so veggies and grain. Which one is the longest? Grain is. Okay, well, we'll set up a timer for that. Get that going. I have also taken the welder or the scrapper here, and I've changed that out for welders. That's how I've welded up the entire parking lot here. That ship is actually multifunctional and very, very useful there, because welding this all up by hand would have taken an absolute century. So I'm really glad that I was able to do that with the vehicle. I do need to change these two containers, change the custom data back so that they empty out on their own. Back to 0, and 0 this out too. There we go. Those settings basically allow me to tell the cargo container, hey, request these items from the base, and then the Izzy's inventory manager will automatically put them in the cargo containers. that request those items. It's super useful. It's really, really nice. Okay, well, while we wait for those plants to grow, let's go and have a look to see if the station has anything of interest for sale. I have also, during the weekend, had a trip to the other station on planet. There's a station about that direction, all the way on the other side of the planet, that I've flown over to. They sell nothing really too interesting. 3 mil? Ooh, no, that's a lot. Oof. That's a lot of uranium, but that's also a lot of money. Yeah, maybe I'll accept that. There we go. I have a few contracts that will get me a crap ton of money if I ever manage to fulfill them. Most of those are for gold and stuff like that. So they are on the expensive side, but here, let me, well, components that require gold rather. That's still for food. Yeah, this 165 gravity components for 51 mil. It's gonna be expensive, but this is doable. Then we have the 990 magnesium powder here for almost 30 mil. 65 gravity components for 20 mil. This one I'm a bit iffy about, but that should be fine. I'll just need to make sure that we have enough nickel and cobalt in the base. The biggest problem is that this is 61,000 liters, and we currently don't have a vehicle that can carry that much. So that's going to need to be a bit. That's going to be a bit of a problem. We need to keep an eye on that. Here, 570 platinum ingots for 40 mil. I'm not sure how long this is going to take me, but I think if I can find a good platinum deposit either on the moon or somewhere on an asteroid, this might not be too horrible. And then we have the uranium that we just grabbed. This again, if we find a good uranium deposit, this is not too bad to get. It's not too bad. Let's see, has this one reset by now? No, this is going to restock in a minute. Okay. One thing that is interesting though is that by now we are friendly with these guys. Which means that let me find a control panel real quick. I can do a few things extra that I couldn't do before. Like for instance, these doors here, they were closed. They have access denied. Wait, what? Do they have... Wait, why do they have access denied? Is my rep back down again? Oh, interesting. Yeah, my rep is a lot... Wait, what? How the fuck is my rep that far down? That's weird. That's very weird. Do some of these contracts that I have... No, none of this has timers on it that harm my reputation if I don't get them done quick enough. That's very odd. That my rep has gone all the way down again. Not sure how the hell that happened, but either way, I managed to get high enough rep with these guys that I was able to access the entire station. Which means that these doors, this one and this one here, oh, this one not anymore apparently, but they are off by default, so you can't interact with them. But I was able to turn them on and get access to them. Oh, and apparently there's some stuff back here. Is there? Yeah, there is. Oh, there's nothing in this lab freezer anyway. No, it doesn't show the rest here anymore either. Okay, so apparently I need my rep back. For some reason my rep got ruined. I'm not sure how. That's very strange. Ooh. There we go. I've also added some smaller doors next to the big doors here, the hangar doors. These do open, but I don't think they will need to be open very often, because the reason why these are here is mostly to protect the assemblers and the refineries that are sitting directly behind them. So that if we do end up getting attacked by drones, the guns should take most of the fire. But if we get to a point where this is all destroyed, then at least these doors should hold up for a while. Or if there's any shots that they miss, these doors should hold up for a while and keep the refineries and assemblers nicely protected. That's why these are here. There we go. Cool. Let's see, how far are my crops? About halfway there, and less than halfway there. Damn it. Thought I'd be able to stall for long enough for those to be able to get harvested, but seems not really. I did also give Celia a bit of a paint job here though. Quite like this. And this thing also has a new paint job as well. Same skin, but with blue instead of green. Quite like that one as well. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that either Mayhem or Gunner would be here. Oop, because both have mentioned that they'd be here, but I don't know at what time they'll be here. Haven't heard from them yet. Well, I guess I'm just gonna go up, up, up and away. Boop. There we go. Atmospheric thrusters off. Flying purely on hydrogen now. just have to manage my my speed and the back hydrogen thruster. Since the amount of gravity that is pulling on the ship is going down quite rapidly, I can regularly set the amount of thrust that we're using to a lower value. Because by doing so, I'm not constantly going full blast all the way up to space, and that saves me quite a significant amount of hydrogen. I can also do that with event controllers, set them up to do this for me, but oh well. I'm used to doing it myself, so I don't really mind. Don't spot any asteroids just yet. I mostly want to see about, there's a few things that I want to know up there. One, how is the radiation? How is the solar radiation? How bad is that going to be? Is that going to be something that I need to seriously consider before trying to go up there, or is it something that I can largely ignore, just occasionally need to heal? As well as what kind of asteroids are nearby. I see an asteroid over there just popped up. And also what kind of materials are on those asteroids. Oh, okay. Just got a message from Mayhem saying that he might not be able to join today, since it's been, he's been home, he got home late. But that's okay. Let's hope maybe Gunnar can join, because he did mention yesterday that he was gonna. Asteroid popped up on the left there. Couple more asteroids around. Good. Asteroid density is not too horrible. I'll just have to have a look at what kind of materials are in there, what I can find. I think I'll have a look at that asteroid there first. That one looks to be nice and close. I'm also thinking, like, do I want an asteroid that is still a little bit inside of the gravity well, inside of the planetary gravity, Or do I want one that is fully in space? I'm not quite sure yet. Because if we go to one that's fully in space, then we will need a gravity generator in order to create artificial gravity up there. And if we don't, then we won't need to. So that is something to keep in mind. Let's see, can I see anything yet? No, I can't. Okay. I'm looking specifically for any kind of discoloration, because that might suggest ore deposits. I do suspect that there will be ore deposits, I just don't know exactly what yet. Okay. Let's slowly bring the ship to a stop. Yeah, we are just barely in the gravity well of the planet here. Ooh, I do like that though. Big holes or caverns like that are really cool for building bases in. Although this one's angled in a really awkward position though. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work well for our base. But let's have a look at the... Let's see if I can find an ore deposit somewhere on this thing. Oh, that's definitely an ore deposit. Ooh, wait, are you... Yo, is that... I think that is immediately uranium. What the fuck? Or is it... Yo! Wow! Dude! Uranium, for those who don't know, is one of the more rare materials, one of the rarest materials in the game. So to have the very first ore deposit that I find be immediately uranium is insane. Asteroid uranium. That is genuinely insane. For the first thing I find to immediately be uranium. That's huge. Oh, the sun is turning. Oh wait, no, there's an asteroid there that's going in front of the sun. Lol. Let's see if I can spot any more discoloration here. Because there are usually, almost always, There are some exceptions, but almost always there's two different types of materials on any of these asteroids. Although sometimes the second one can be very tricky to find. When did you get to space? I just got to space. I'm doing some scouting in space. Celia, my little vehicle here, is actually capable of getting to space. And I don't know if you were here a minute or two ago, but have a look at the very first ore deposit that I found here. Right there. That is the very first ore deposit that I found. Very first thing here. Straight away, a deposit of uranium. Rarest shit in the game. First thing I find. So, yeah, extremely lucky here. Don't know how the hell that happened, but I'm good with that. I'm quite happy with that. Oh, ice. Ice is good. I'll take ice. Yeah. Ice is very good. Doesn't look like it's a lot of ice, but a little bit of ice up here. Yeah, that'll definitely be good. There we go, some asteroid ice. Very nice. Especially since up here in space, the main fuel source is going to be hydrogen, so getting a little bit of ice in, definitely going to be useful. Okay, let's go have a look at the neighboring asteroid. I haven't gotten out of my cockpit just yet, by the way, Mayhem. There is solar radiation up here, I just don't know yet how bad it's going to be. But I will be testing that in a minute. Because, well, we need to know how bad that solar radiation is going to be. Let's see if I can spot anything on this asteroid. Also, the moon back there might look really close. It's not. That's 180 kilometers away. As in, the moon at the moment is further than the opposite side of the Earth is. That's how far away that is. So, radiation, you're staying on Earth. Well, we're gonna have to go through space if we want to go anywhere else. If we want to go to other planets. And there are quite a few planets to explore around the place, so, you know, we'll just have to deal with that. We'll need to make sure that we stay in fully enclosed spaces, fully pressurized spaces. Let's see if I can find some ore on this rock. So far, nothing of interest just yet. No, I'm not spotting any ore deposits on this thing. There will be 2 different materials worth of ore deposits in here, because there always is, or almost always is, but sometimes they are a bit more tricky to find than others. Occasionally the material that's in the asteroid is also just in the asteroid, as in somewhere in the middle of it. That's just fully random where the deposits are. Nope, nothing in the dark spot here either. No, I'm not sure here. Let's have a look underneath. I've been trying to come up with a variant of your miner on a larger scale. Part of it does work, but other areas you're working on with it are a bit more tricky. That's okay. Idea you have is that they fold out to the sides as well as to the front. I don't know how much... Oh, you mean your mining vehicle is what you're talking about. I thought you were talking about the ice mining facility. Because I was under the impression that you were going to work on the ice mining facility. And that was your next project. We are going to definitely need that, though, because if we want to get to space, we're going to need hydrogen, and a decent chunk of it, too. So that ice mining facility is going to be quite important. Okay, let's fully hover still for a second. I think I'm gonna make sure that I'm fully out in space. I don't know if that makes a difference for the radiation, but I want to make sure that I test this right. Test it fully in space. Because I do know that the atmosphere... There we go. It is, but you need a big rig too. Well, the ice rig is, I think, currently the priority. At least for me, personally, I would like that ice rig to be done first. Okay, we're fully in space. Let's see. Oh, maybe I should close my helmet. Oh, okay, yeah. Solar radiation is not as much of a problem as I was expecting it to be. You can see my exposure level in the bottom left corner going up slowly. Once that gets to like 75 to 80% or something, that's when I start actually taking damage from the solar radiation. So solar radiation is not that horrible. I need to check actually, while nobody's here yet anyway, I need to check what the settings on that are, because if I have that set to low, I can easily bump that up to medium, because that is very, very, very slow. Let's see, what is it on? It is currently on medium. Okay. So yeah, even on medium, that radiation is not that bad. You can easily stay outside for a couple of minutes at a time. I'm actually gonna bump that up to heavy and see what that does. See how fast that is. Alright, Mayhem, enjoy. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, this makes it go a little quicker. Although, if you need to quickly do a thing or two, this is not too horrible. I wonder if being in the shade, so not being in direct sunlight, actually would help. I don't think it would, but... Oh, wow. Okay, so being in the shade already helps. That's huge, though. Okay. Interesting. So this solar radiation stuff is not as bad as I was thinking it would be. If you're in the shade, if just being shaded by being behind a vehicle, if that's already enough to have the exposure level go down, then this solar radiation is not that bad. Not at all. In that case, we just need to make sure that we build our base in a location that has plenty of shade, while making sure that we have a connection to an area where we can set up some solar panels. Because obviously relying on hydrogen fully for power in space is not going to be viable just yet until we have a base on Europa. Which is where well, basically Europa is a planet that is pretty much completely made of ice. It's right there. That's it. That's Europa right there. That's a moon of Mars. And it is, as far as I can tell, it's completely made of ice. I don't know if there's stone under the ice, but I'm pretty sure there isn't. I'm pretty sure the thing is just completely ice. So we'll eventually want a big mining setup over there to, you know, to get all of our ice and all of our hydrogen needs fulfilled. Yeah, this exposure is not too horrible. It's something to be kept in mind, but it's not gonna be a huge limiter, especially since just being in the shade is already good enough. So if we make sure that we have plenty of shade from the sun, then we're fine. Okay, cool. That is very good to know. In that case, I think it's time to send this party back home. And then I need to start thinking about designing some kind of space station. Potentially with a like some armor parts on it that shield us from the sun. So in other words, create shade for us. Yeah, that shouldn't be too difficult. There we go. I'm just gonna point the ship towards home, give it a good blast of speed, and then let gravity do the rest. There we go. And now this process is fully hands-off. Just gotta wait till we're all the way back down. I just turned my my atmospheric thrusters on, and other than that, I just need to wait for the atmosphere. Although being up here does allow me to have a look at the surroundings on planet. Well, not that we can see much because of the part of the planet that isn't in sun. But I can see some decently flat areas over to that direction there. Yeah, there's all desert over there. That might potentially be useful, I believe. No, it's not. No, that's not the ice lake. I thought I saw the ice lake from here. Not sure if I would be able to see that ice lake, the ice lake that we have from here. Let me see. Oh, wait a second. Ice lake is over this direction. There's the ice lake. Yeah, Carthage ice lake. Yeah, that's very difficult to see. You can see a little corner of it right here. That's ice, that little bit of blue that you see there. There we go. And now we wait till we're back down. And then first thing I need to think about is go harvest all of the crops. Oh, we'll rename those signals later to whatever we're gonna call the space base. over up there. That's where I don't want to be. That's where the pirate base is. This over here is where our own base is. Right down there is about where the NPC station is. That's the desert that I've been mining in with Wally, and if you look closely you can kind of see the hole there and a hole there. Those are holes that Wally has dug out. That's where Wally's been mining. And there should be another one back here as well. Yeah, right there. That's where Wally's been mining ice. I'm not sure how visible that is on stream, but you can kind of see the divot in the terrain over there. That's where Wally's been mining. 10 kilometers off the ground. Got a little bit to go. Around the 7 kilometer mark, that's about when we start getting a little bit of atmosphere. So that's when you'll start seeing the trajectory of the ship moving. Oh, you already can actually. You see the little plus on the right side of the hotbar of the hotbar. That little plus, that's the direction that I'm moving in. That's how you can kind of see the ship sort of catching itself. Yes, I'm aware that I'm aiming this directly at the ground. Don't worry, it's fine. Ooh, that fog is bad. Okay. There we go. Now we're gonna start braking. From base. Let's turn on the brakes. There we go. Much better. Yep, farm disco alarm is on already. There we go. Go. Ooh, weather, hailstorm. Uh-oh. Crops look to be okay. Oops. Come on. One anyway. Okay, let's reset the alarm again. Boop. Cool. And then we'll put that in there. And then I'll get some more food making. Get some more food produced. Let's see. What do we want specifically? I think... yeah, the lasagnas is what we've been using, since that uses only half the vegetables of the burritos, but gives pretty close to the same amount. These are just much better. And we have plenty of meat still at the moment, because of all those damn wolves everywhere. It's interesting that it says here weather hailstorm while it looks very, very clear at the moment. Not quite sure if you can consider this a hailstorm game, unless something is being buggy, but if that's the case, oh well. Not that important at the moment. I also have added a bunch more lights. You can see the light beams going here. Some light over there, some light over there, some light over there, and on the other side as well. Make sure that all of this is nicely lit, so that you guys can properly see what's going on even during nighttime. Okay, cool. So then there's two things that I need to work on. One is designing a part of a space station, particularly something that I can lift. Something that's not too big, but is big enough. It's something that's big enough to work off of, but isn't too big that it can't be lifted off the ground and brought to space. And second is a ship that can lift said part and bring it up to space. So I don't think I'm going to be building that in here. As cool as it would look, I think building it in here would be dumb, because I have no space, or I have relatively little space to pick stuff up. This is really nice for building small grid stuff, but building large grid stuff, not fantastic. So I think what I'm going to do is add another section over here. Well, mostly add a nice big flat section that has some cargo access throughout, so that I can get building there. And for building a big ship, I might just do that off of here and use the fact that we have all the space in the world over this side to work with, while also having cargo access nicely close by. So I can, for instance... hello? Why are hotkeys not working? Huh? Wait, what? Huh? What the heck? Huh? Okay, give me a second. Let me check my controls. For some reason, some of my hotkeys are not working. Is it in systems and interactions? I think so. No, it isn't. Is that? Isn't it here? No. Build planner, middle mouse. Huh? Why the hell are my hotkeys not? Why is... What the fuck? And if I just manually add them there... What the hell? Middle mouse for some reason just doesn't seem to work. Why not? What the heck? Yeah, for some reason Build Planner is not functioning. Let me restart the game real quick, make sure that that's not gonna be it. Or, well, at least reload the save. That might help already. Hopefully. Wait, what? Okay, so the sideways click of my mouse works. But for some reason clicking middle mouse doesn't want to work. But if I try clicking middle mouse on anything else... Yeah, it seems in other things my middle mouse button also doesn't work. One moment then. Oh, interesting. My mouse drivers aren't even turned on. Maybe that is the issue. Yeah, it seems Razer Synapse needs an update. Well, let's hope that that fixes the issue. Ah, good. Yep, that was it. My mouse drivers just needed an update. Now everything's working again. Okay, cool. Yeah, so as I was saying, before I so rudely got interrupted by things not working, I could just build a stick off of this and then build a ship off of that. So I will probably be doing that when I get to that, but I think for now I first want to work on getting an area here prepped for building space station parts. And for that I will most likely be doing something similar that I've done on this one, where I use a couple of these structural platform connectors because they are just super convenient to get cargo access to places. is this? No, this is not the middle one, this is the middle one. Okay, conveyors. Do I want these to be visible actually? Yeah, maybe. It's fine for them to be visible. And then a cargo container here. Small one. Like so. Okay. Excuse me, now my fucking side buttons aren't working. Why is my mouse being a douche? Make sure that that's nice and clean, nicely lined up. Okay, there we go, now we're working again. Seems I'm having mouse issues today. Ugh. There. There we go, structural platforms. I'm gonna want one like so there, one like that there. And I think I want to make this bigger because I've got so much building to do here. Let's see. Yeah. How far are they away here? There's 3 in between. Okay, let's do 1 in between over here, and then I'll do that twice, since we'll need quite a bit of space. again. Do I want to do that? No. No, I'll make it the same size as the one next door, because if I make this too big, then there's no way we're getting it lifted up. Go away. There we go. And then... oh, whoops. Yep. Okay. Okay. That side, I guess.
Energy low.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's fix my energy real quick. Hello, I'm doing good. Appreciate that. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm currently working on a building an area where I can make... How long have I been playing? Whew, a long, very long time. Let me have a look at Steam. 3,320 hours, so quite a significant amount of time. I'm currently working on building a platform so that I can build parts of a space station here so that I can then fly those up to space, is the plan. But yeah, I've been playing for quite a while. This has been my my comfort game for years. Let's see. Okay, that's the center bit done. Besides this game. Yeah, I play a lot of other stuff. Lately, I've been playing Kenshi. When it comes to streams specifically, I've lately been playing a lot of Kenshi. On Thursdays with my girlfriend, I play Thunderfolk, which is a, I guess, D&D with animals. It's a lot of fun. It's quite interesting. A lot of talking in that game, though, which is less my thing, I guess. As in talking to NPCs. But it's fun. And offline, as in off-stream, I've also been playing a lot of Remnant lately. Some Age of Empires 3 with a friend of mine. And honestly, a whole bunch of games. Sure, you can ask away. Whether you'll get an answer, that's a second question entirely, but, you know, you can always ask. No. I think I'll put one of the big ones in here. Ah, okay. I figured as much, honestly. Nobody is that interested in space engineers unless they get money out of you. No thanks, not interested. But have a good day regardless. Actually, I have the space to just add one of the big ones in. Might as well do that. Yep. There we go. Do I want to then move this one block over? Yeah, I think I do. There we go. go. Let's have a look. Yep, another one of these big ones here. Okay. Okay, then some more conveyors, as well as some more cargo containers for easy cargo access everywhere.
Energy low.
Oh, right, whoops. Hello. Yeah, I was a little focused there. My bad. Let's have a look. Okay, cool. All good. Yeah, I'm a little annoyed at the moment. Had someone pretending to be all interested, but it was just somebody who was trying to promote their own bullshit. Like, come on, man. This is not the place, you know? So annoying. People do that. Actually, do I want to use these? No, I'm gonna try and do this differently. Yeah. So
Energy
lame.
critical.
Hello? Gravity? Oh, there we go. What the heck? There we go. Let's try and use these truss pillars, because I quite like them, but I rarely ever get the, like, quote-unquote chance, I guess, to use them. No. There we go. That's one.
No energy.
Whoops. Gotta get that fixed. Whoops. What I'm working on currently is a space to be able to build a part of a space station. I was earlier, I went up into space to go and have a look. Literally the first ore deposit I found up there, uranium, which is insane. I also did some testing on the radiation up in space, and it really is not that bad. It's bad enough that it needs to be respected, but it's not horrible enough that you can't survive at all whatsoever. You don't immediately die the moment you exit your cockpit. But it is bad enough that it needs to be respected, and that we need to make sure that we have everything nice and airtight up there. But since building a station up there is pretty much out of the question, I figured I'll just build the station down here and fly it up there. And yes, I would still love a visual rework on the rover cabin or on anything else if you're interested in changing some things around. I'm always down for a second opinion when it comes to visuals. Because I know that I am not the most visual builder. I try to, here and there, but it doesn't always turn out exactly as I planned. And there are definitely a lot of people who are far, far, far better at building things that look really, really cool. And I've seen some of the stuff that you've built years ago, which all looked really, really cool. So yeah, if you want to have a crack at it, go for it. Love to see what you come up with. Okay. Yeah, I quite like this. This leaves a lot of space in between for actual building, and if I need to pick this up, I have all the space from above and from both sides to do that. So that is all good. Atmospheric mobile base. On Earth, everything goes. So sure, go for it. Shark fin. That sounds interesting. And why am I saying that on Earth everything goes? Because I've got some ideas for potential, like, different rule sets on different planets. Because I think that could be really interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a good amount of light. Then I think I do want some smaller lights, like corner lights or something lower down. Okay, I'm just gonna grab a whole bunch of construction components and we'll see where we end up. Since I don't have a wall behind this, what I can do is put these on the back of each cargo container. I think that might work well. Some of these already have settings. These already have settings, so I'm just gonna get rid of those. These don't. No, intensity of 1 is fine. Get rid of these. Cool. Yeah, light-wise, perfect. Now I can properly see. If you get a chance, take a look at the economy license mods and framework. Locks blocks behind credits at a station if you're doing economy only play. That might be something of interest for one of the planets down the line. I'm definitely not opposed to adding some mods to add more interesting stuff for other planets. Although currently on Earth, I'm leaving Earth as the everything goes planet, where you can just build to your heart's content and have no limitations or anything in place. But for other planets, I'm definitely interested in potential little rule set changes. I've already thought up a few of my own. But if you have interesting ideas, yeah, sure, let's hear them. And no worries, take your time, I'll be here. Let's see, let's add 3 of these over here as well. I think if I add more, I'm going to get in the way of Mayhem's thingy here. But these 3, yeah, this is perfectly okay. Probably best for licensed stuff on Europa. Europa I have other ideas for specifically. Europa I already have an interesting idea for. Since Europa is a planet where ice is pretty much the only thing that can be found there, as far as I'm aware. I don't believe there's stone under there. That planet is pretty much going to be reserved for a massive hydrogen rig. And I was thinking of maybe making that a no thrusters at all whatsoever planet. Which means that beforehand we'll need to have a ship and a bunch of remote controlled drones in order to be able to even be able to get materials on planet. As well as, if one of us actually goes to the planet itself, then we're stuck there until we can build a space elevator to get back out. To get back up and out of the planet. I think that'll be a really interesting challenge. Because it means that there's a lot of preparation involved, as well as, yeah, a lot of different variations of engineering challenges involved there as well. Because how do you build a space elevator while not having access to your jetpack? That means you're going to have to design something that can potentially build itself, or at least partially build itself. So there's definitely going to be some interesting things going on there. And I'm quite excited for that. Because that essentially means that that we'll need to have a ship above the planet that is capable of getting materials, making components, and sending them down to the planet without any player really. I mean, obviously we'll need to be involved, but, well, you get what I mean, I guess. We'll need to be involved, but we can't actually be on location there, which means everything will need to be done from planet in remote control. Which means you're also forced to work with whatever cameras you have on the vehicles that you have there. which is going to bring a whole host of new challenges with it as well, because you'll need to beforehand think like, okay, which angles do I need vision on and where all do I need cameras? And if you screw something up, then you'll just have to deal with it because you're not getting off the planet. That's definitely going to be a challenge that I'm looking forward to, because I think that'll be really fun. Okay, let's see what I can get done here in a not too big a footprint, because I don't want this thing to be too massive. But I think a footprint about this size should be plenty. And then I'm thinking of using the rounded bits, these round armor bits, for shape. Oh wait, that means that this bottom does need to be all full blocks. As well as most likely have a conveyor on each side there. Whoops. Different rotation. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. What do you mean? There we go. There we go. Okay. I don't want this to be black though. I want this to be brighter. Not sure if I want full white, but this like almost white gray, I think that could be nice. Oops. Come on. There we go. I'm not going to weld up that center, this center bit, because I'm expecting this to be where most of the functional blocks are. So I'm actually just going to get rid of this. So stuff like, for instance, O2H2 generator will be in here, as well as I'm thinking basic refinery and basic assembler as well. As well as cargo containers. The idea that I have is that this is basically going to be essentially going to be a starter base. Survival kit we'll need up here as well. Actually, let's put the survival kit in there, and then the... Wait, no, there's a better looking survival kit nowadays, isn't there? Yeah, there's this one. I'm gonna put the survival kit type 2 over here. And then I do want the basic assembler on this level, but then I guess it's gonna be this direction, because I do want to have a space in between here so I can walk from side to side. I would like this to be walkable. Oops. Come on. Do I have that? Yes, I do. This already feels really big, but I don't think it is too problematic. Oh, right, of course, oxygen and hydrogen. Is hydrogen going to be important up there? Yes, it will be down the line. But oxygen is more important, so a vent is going to be needed as well. Oh, bugger off. Okay, let me redo this a bit, because I think that big O2H2 generator might be a bit too big. Oh, buzz off. But yeah, this is kind of shape-wise. This is kind of what I'm thinking, and size-wise, size-wise as well. I don't want this to be too much bigger than this. Although I do want this to be able to connect on certain points, so maybe. Let's make sure that I prep for that eventuality, because that will happen at some point. And then merge blocks under there. Like so. Do I want to then make this a little longer? Yeah, a little bit, by one block, I think. Expand that by one block. Out of steel. And same on this side as well. go. That gives me plenty of space to connect to other modules. Okay, nice. Right then. Survival kit on the side, like so. Yeah. I think that will look quite nice. Wait a second. That survival kit, does it have... No, it doesn't have a connection at the back. That's kind of annoying. Because I kind of wanted to put the basic assembler right behind it, like so. But I guess that's not gonna work. These conveyors could actually also be cargo containers. Nope, like so and like so. Okay. Spawn name. There we go, see the asteroid station and share with all. That way everybody has access to it. I do kind of want to use this O2H2 generator though, because it looks really nice. It is a bit beefy, but it does look really nice, and connection point wise it does also work well. Although then again, this could also be... Ooh, what I could potentially do is put it up like so, because it does also... Ah, okay, no, it doesn't have a connection point on the bottom. I'll table that for a moment. Let me think. Oxygen tanks are definitely going to be needed. Could potentially also put them up like so. Ooh, yeah, I can do that, and then I can stuff the assembler underneath like so. And then have these really cool looking side bits. I think that might be nice. Something like that could work. Oh, oops. Then a basic refinery, like so. Does that? No, that also only connects from front and back, doesn't it? Crap. I need something that connects to the bottom and also to the side. Let me see. Oh, right, and now that I think about it, we also need cryopods up here as well. Oof. This is more tricky than I thought it was going to be, because there's a lot of things that need to be fit in here. Well, then I guess I'm going to have to use this O2H2 generator. Or do I... Ooh, wait a second. No, I can use a cargo terminal. Maybe that'll look nicer. Yes, cargo terminal, and then on the back of that I can add a lab vat. Yep. Nice. Where are you? Lab vat. There we go. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. Then O2H2 generator like so, which is connected there. Yes, okay, good. And then I could even add a second lab vat tank next to that, since we need one for both Mayhem and Gunner as well. There we go, 2 tanks, like so. Nice. Then, oxygen tanks we have, hydrogen tanks. I quite like these lab hydrogen tanks as well, but connection point wise they're a bit on the annoying side. Although, then again, no, they're not. No, this is fine. I can connect that to a refinery. Yeah. Okay, so that gets me survival kit for respawns, oxygen tank, hydrogen tank, O2H2 generator, assembler, refinery. Yeah, that's everything I'll need for now. Then one of the side modules will have to deal with oxygen production. One of them will have to deal with algae production. One of them will have to be a landing pad, and the fourth one, power. So solar panel or maybe hydrogen, but I think hydrogen won't really work well. I'm worried that hydrogen would be odd. Do I want another lab vat tank over here? Yeah, maybe that one. I have one myself as well. That way all three of us have a way to or have somewhere to log off here. I technically don't need it, but it's nice. It's one of those nice to have things. Okay, and then I need 5 cargo containers underneath. Okay, let me... Would it look cool to have this underneath here like that? Connection-wise, that would be... yeah, that would work. The back of that is airtight as far as I'm aware. I think that could look actually really sick. It would be purely visual, and it would add the detail there that would only be visual, but it would add some really cool... It would add some really cool lighting underneath of the base. Let's see. Oh, no, I don't want the basic assembler to do that. Let's make sure that those basic assemblers and basic refineries, that they are turned off. There we go, turn those off. Okay, now we can make reactor components. Why can I not pull them out though? Huh? Wait, what? Wait, what the hell? Where are those reactor components going? They're still in there. Oh, okay. These assemblers, yeah, they're hidden from there, but they should just... Yeah, why aren't they going into the components container? That's really weird. Let me check, see if I can figure out what's going on here. Let's see if the auto crafting system... The auto crafting system should pick these up. Which it isn't for some reason. Is it stuck somehow? Let me go check the other LCD that I have for this system. No, as far as I can tell, there's no warnings about it being stuck. Yeah, why are those reactor components not functioning? Well, that just means I need to do that. Yeah, there is reactor components in there. Oh, now I can withdraw them. Okay, weird. But whatever. Yeah, this thing looks super cool. I also need to check if I can change the lighting on those things. No, I can't do anything with them. That's too bad. But I do believe they do actually emit some light. Yeah. They do look... This does look like it's emitting light. I think that might look really sick on the bottom, like so. Not that I need to be on the bottom too often, but still, I think that could look really nice. Okay, steel. Why is steel plate not being made? Is it because of this basic assembler over here? Is this basic assembler here being a dick? Is that causing issues for the system? Maybe. You know what, actually let's set both of those to manual. What the hell, why is it not? Let me see. Is that... Wait, what? Is the whole script gone? No. Does the script maybe need to be recompiled? Yeah, I think so. There we go, now it's actually running. Yeah, now everything is running. Okay, good. Things just weren't running properly for some reason. I don't know why. Been having some technical issues today. First my mouse was not functioning, now other things aren't functioning. Bah. Not sure why the hell all of that is, why everything's going wrong today, but oh well.
Energy low.
At least for now it's fixed. For however long that's gonna last. Okay. Oh, right, of course these need.
Energy critical.
Oh, Buzz off. Where are you at this time? Oh, you're stuck over here again. Oh, right. Can't pick that up because steel. Nope. Still a bit to be done here. Okay, now we grab the meat. Yep. Oh, and I also just noticed that my energy is almost empty. I'm sure the game has told me a few times by now that my energy's low. I don't pay attention to that shit. Because those warnings are always way too late anyway. Especially fuel, though. Energy is usually somewhat okay, but fuel is ridiculous. Fuel you tend to get the warning for when you're already empty. It's like, fuel is low. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I'm falling out of the fucking sky. Of course fuel is low. Okay, then, doors. I think I want to use some of these centered half doors. Yeah, I think these are going to be nice for that. Go. Cool. Right, then, vent. I think I may just stick that up here. Because at the moment I don't have a huge amount of space, and I think it'll look better up here than, for instance, down here. Yeah, that'll look better. Yep. Go. Okay. Then we'll need glass. A lot of glass. No window. There we go. Oh, right. Done. It's too bad I can't really reach this from the ground. I mean, I can break these pillars down and set this down on the ground, but that's... eh. It's fine, I'll just use my jetpack. I think I do want to add some variation in this here and there.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
It's fine.
Inventory full.
Where are they? There. Yeah, and I'm thinking of adding a band of these in there. Just not quite sure yet exactly where. Maybe there? Like so? No, other way around. Whoops. Like so. Have a band running across like that. Yeah, and then I need to make sure that I... Whoops. Ow. Oh, cool. I can connect like so. And there. Right? Yeah, I think so. Yep. Okay, cool. Oops. Yeah, that way it looks at least a little bit structurally supported. Now I do need to turn these around. Whoops. No. Yep, like so. And then I gotta do the same here. Okay, then these two need to go.
Inventory full.
Okay, nice. And then the front ones.
Fuel low.
Yeah, I think that'll be quite nice.
Fuel critical.
Yes, yes, I know. Fuel low, fuel critical. Go away. Okay, yeah, we're getting somewhere.
Energy low.
Oh, buzz off, I'm busy. Yeah, that gets me plenty of space to walk around in here. Good.
Energy critical.
Yes, yes, I'm going. Okay, and then that leaves me with enough space for two big ones. Yeah, two of these. I think that'll look nicest. Oh. Thought I had the rest of the components. There we go. Nice big open window. Okay, that should be this nice and airtight. I know there's no oxygen in here at the moment, but at least I'll be able to see. Yep, airtight. Cool. Cool. Then let's add some decoration bits around the place here. Yeah, this is where things get a little tricky, because a lot of these are on the inside, which means that the block space there is already taken. So while it looks like I have a lot of space, I only have these 6 spots here. This 3x3. But let's try and make the most of that. There we go, little kitchen. And then we have space for one dining table, one tiny dining table. Although, then again, do I want to do something like that? That. Yeah, that adds a bit more space to the dining table. Makes it a little bigger. No, whoops. There we go. Small little dining table. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna make these. I'm gonna move those windows to the outside. Let's put those components in there for a moment. Although, what I could also do is use the inset kitchen here. Yeah, that might actually be better than doing this. Yes, I know, inventory full, blah blah blah, doesn't matter. Oh, oops. Let's see, the light on this, can I mess with that? Yes, I can. Yeah, honestly, radius-wise, this is... nah, let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's give that a radius of, like, let's say 3 meters. Yeah, that's better. add that there, and then I'll put a glass window on the outside again. Yeah. Although, is that going to cause me issues? No, that's going to cause me issues if I do that. Yeah, that's going to cause me issues down the line, so let's not do that. Let's just do this. Keep that outside where the connection point here is nice and flat. Also...
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Do I want to change this out for something that would allow connections there? Yes, maybe I do. I think I do indeed want that. Oops. This may mean that later on this and this window will have to go away when things are going to get connected to this, but that's not really all that much of a problem. I just need to remember that. So let's make them a different color. Let's make these red. There we go. That way I can remember that those stick out. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Actually, let me take that vent. Vent. There we go. This one and depressurize on. Yep, there we go. That way it sucks air out of here and put it into the tanks. Yep, there we go. Let's get those tanks filled up nicely. Okay. Oh, whoops. Let's see, are there more of these? Yeah, I like this one. I quite like this one. Let's add this one in here as well. I think that'll look nice here. That gets me an extra couch over here, as well as some greenery over here. Yeah, that's nice. I think I'm gonna change that over to a corner desk with chair, and this middle one like so. And here, yeah, I might do the same here as well, actually. Oh. go. Then the windows. Well, I have a thingy for that actually. And those windows don't really matter if they stick out a little bit. That's perfectly okay. You don't really notice that from the inside anyway. Nah, barely. Only if you're paying attention to it specifically, but otherwise you don't notice that. Yeah, cool. Little kitchen, couple of tables to sit at. Do I want to add a couch in? Yeah, maybe. Maybe that'll look nice. Yeah, that makes things a little more cozy, I guess. Let me think. Is there anything else that would be nice to have near here? Since we are dealing with crew quarters over here, some beds might be nice. Even if mostly just for looks. Oh, right, yeah, can't do that there. Right, of course, every block in the game is called armor. Where's the blasted armory? Oh, actually, yeah, that's also a thing. Shower and toilet. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, it's a little cramped, but I don't really mind that. I think that looks nice. Yeah, though then again, these beds... not a huge fan just yet. Let's see. No, these... I need these half beds.
Inventory full.
Fuck's sake. Shit in the way.
Inventory full.
No, that's all medium. This one is the... yeah. those doors on there, because that's definitely a shower door. Let me see, I think this way. No, yeah, it is the other way around, damn it. Yes, that's better. There we go, shower door. Oh, okay. Well, likewise, that's fine, I guess. And then, sure, let's add a planter in there for a little bit of greenery. Either that or lockers. Let me think. No, lockers would make more sense there. Maybe even armory lockers. No, can't have armory lockers there. I can have them in the corner here if I get rid of that, but that makes this very cramped. Although then again, don't mind that. Kind of like the cramped. And then a normal locker there, yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I could honestly still have a planter over here if I wanted to. Why not? Yep. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Maybe one here as well. Yo. Okay, hell yes. Any excuse that I have to use these things is a good one, because these things look super cool. I'll take any excuse to put these in. Yeah, that's gorgeous. And again, don't mind the cramped space here. That's perfectly okay. No. I'll leave that in because this is probably gonna turn into a hallway down the line. Yeah, I love this. This is great. And then down the line, maybe a couch over here, but I'll see how much space I get at that point. Let's get rid of these. Let's make this a lab. Now, are the lab desks not in the lab equipment? Are they in desks? Oh, they are in desks, okay. Let's see. Lab equipment. Buzz off. There we go. Okay. Then any more? Yes. Need one of these. These look nice. There we go. And that's console modules, I think. One of those in here. Yeah, I'll figure out what to do on the buttons themselves down the line. Ooh. Yeah, I kind of like that. That's kind of cool. I didn't know that existed. Sweet. Okay. Then a window on the outside. Oh, and apparently no, not a bay window, just a normal one. Apparently a thing fell out. Whoops. Let's turn both of those on again. Oops. Oh, buzz off. Now. You do not get to run away. If you want to be a dick, then fucking commit. Stupid wolfies. Yeah, I need to fix this up here as well.
Inventory full.
Yeah, whatever. these in the same dark red as theirs so that I remember that, oh wait, these stick out. So if I want to merge connect something to this, I'm going to need to get rid of those again temporarily. Then let's see, anything more here? Oh, buggered up my thing. I think I would want to have some of these in here, because I think these would look really, really cool. Yeah, I think I'll have 2 of them in there. Yeah, like so. This orientation. Kind of make it look like we're studying plants up here. I think that's kind of the idea, that this is a lab to study whether food can grow up in space. I think that makes sense. Let's see. Can I stuff some more lab-looking stuff in here? I think this one could look really cool as well over here. Though, yeah, maybe not. Not sure. Let's see, what other options do I have? Lab cabinet. Lab cabinet, yes, that could be. Yes, that's cool. That's really cool. Yep, I like that. Yeah, I like having that in front of that. That's cool. It's quite nice. But I wanted, yes, the lab freezer. That's what I was looking for. This one looks really cool. I think I may even just do 2 of these. Do I want one in here? No, that makes that a bit too much. Let's have another one of those lab freezers in here, actually. You know what? I'm just gonna yoink that. Yeah, I really like these lab freezers, they're really cool. Let's see, there's one here. Do I want to put something next to the hydrogen tank? Maybe some storage shelves, actually, that could look nice. Yeah. Then I just realized I don't have a battery on this thing yet. That might be kind of important. Hello, Izzy. Hello, hello. Hello, everybody who comes in with Izzy. Right. Hello, hello. How was Viewfinder?
Energy low.
One more. There we go. That's better. Tiny raid, but rain done. That's fine. No worries. Mind breaking. Yeah, that makes sense. That game does look like it's a game that requires some thinking. Yep. Oh. Just... There we go. Yeah, I think I want to add another one there. Hello. There we go. Thought it was mostly picture placing in the world to create pathways, but it's so much more perspective shenanigans. Yeah, that. I've seen a few things here and there from it, and it looks like it can get batshit here and there. But then again, that's half the fun. Right? Actually, do I want to just add some chairs on these? Yeah, let's try and add some chairs on there. Is that going to... No, that's not going to constrict you too much here, I don't think. No, I think that's fine. People want to use the kitchen, they can walk around here. Yeah, this is perfectly okay. It is more a case of, do I need this? Because I don't. No, I think I think I'll put them in without the seats. Yeah, just have it be a little small subtle side table. I think that'll be better. Definitely lots of fun. Yeah, I expected that to be fun. The game looks interesting. That gets me into cargo. Let me see. Then what I add here. Ooh, is this where I'll add? Yeah, this could be where I add the big one. Although that does get a bit. Yeah, no. Let's put the small one in there then. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I think that's better. a little bit less in the way here. And then on the corner I could add a... sure, let's add a corner couch. Why not? That'll work. Couch there, couch there, couch there. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think I'm quite happy with that. Now the only thing I need to do is add some color into here. Let's see, what do we want to add as an accent color? Brain needs break now. Yeah, I imagine so. Let's do some dark green plastic. I think that might... No, this is maybe a bit too dark. Yeah, although I'm worried that this one will be too bright. Yeah, that makes things apple green. I'm not sure if I like that. Let's see. I do want to stick with the plastic. I think the plastic will be nice, but I want to add slightly different color. How bright do I want to go? Ooh, I could go with oh yeah, cyan could be good. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, let's go with a bit of cyan. Cyan is quite nice. Oh, whoops. No, I don't want to color this. Oh, right, it's because I'm inside the window. Well, good thing this sticks out a little from the bottom. Hello, can I color this thing, please? There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that one back to this. There we go. Do I want to add some color on the outside as well? Maybe. Let's see how it would look if I would add a band of color like so along the entire thing. Nah, not a huge fan. I think if I'm gonna do something like that, let's make this a little darker. Let's say 50, yeah. I'd have to do something more akin to this.
Energy critical.
Yep, this is better, I think. Yeah, that's kind of nice. I like that. Then this door can't be colored. I do want to have everything in the center column to be the white though. And maybe these two as well. Yeah, I think those as well.
No energy.
Oh, yep. Going. I'm going. There we go. Tomorrow 2 packages arriving, but should both be for dinner and us going live. Okay. I'm guessing you ordered stuff. Or are you talking about the controller that you mentioned before that was gonna come in soon? There is Windows missing here. Also, do I now that I have the entire outside in this color, do I then make the rest just white? Because I think I do. I think this becomes a bit much if I color everything inside and outside both. Yeah, I think this is a bit better. Do need to put that color back there. And I need to, from the inside, make sure that that gets colored too. And on this side too. Yep, figured this was going to be annoying. There we go. I wonder where Gunner's at, because he said that he'd be here in an hour, and it's been 2 hours by now, exactly. So I'm gonna assume that Gunner is not gonna be here tonight. Which is too bad, because it would have been nice to have him around. But oh well, I guess he forgot. Either that or got home and immediately fell asleep or something, I don't know. Okay, let's make sure to test that this is still fully airtight. Because some blocks in Space Engineers will occasionally just decide, nah, even though this looks fully airtight, we're not. No, that is airtight. Cool. Right, yep. Ew, whoops. Cool, yeah, we are fully airtight now. Nice. I think I want that in white as well. Yeah, because that way the white kind of like fades into the background and the tree becomes much more visible. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I'm quite happy with this. This is looking really nice. Okay, let's open all the doors again and then reverse the air vent. Make sure that's depressurizing again so that it can fill up the oxygen tank in here. Oh, right, yeah, let's also put some caps on here. Some conveyor caps like so. Let's see, is there anything anywhere? Yep, there is one more here. Oh, whoops. Yes, I'll eat. Calm down. Do I want to add another one of these lab experiment A's on top of that? Because I do believe I can. Yeah, why not? Fuck it. Let's do that. Why are you unable to place? Oh, okay. It can place on the ceiling, but it can't place on the floor. Well, what in the physics is that? You know what? Bugger it. I don't care. I'm gonna leave it be. It's fine. Let me see. Lab sink. Yeah, I think I do want a lab sink somewhere. Not here, because that makes the exit here a bit problematic. Do I want to... I'm actually slowly starting to run out of space, which is really good. Yeah, this here is the only spot where I could put one. And that's the one spot where I would rather not have one, because I really like having this here. Yeah, I quite like having that there, so I'm gonna leave that. Let's set this. Asteroid lab event. I'm just gonna need to start. Just gonna need to go around Asteroid lab kitchen and rename all of this stuff. Asteroid lab survival kit. These doors as well. Asteroid lab glass door. Asteroid lab glass door 2. Asteroid lab glass door 3. Whoops. And asteroid lab glass door 4. There we go. Asteroid lab inset couch. Asteroid lab planters. this shows up there. These, however, definitely do. Yep. Asteroid Lab. Cryovat. And Astrolab Cryovat 3, there we go. Okay, these half beds they have. Yep, half bed. Astrolab bed. Yep. Asteroid Lab bed 2. Then we have Asteroid Lab armory lockers. Asteroid Lab lockers. Asteroid Lab shower door. Okay, the shower itself doesn't show up in there, that's fine. Oop. Okay, Asteroid Lab hydrogen tank. Asteroid Lab oxygen tank. Do these not? Oh, I thought those had connections. Asteroid Lab cargo terminal. Asteroid Lab O2H2. Asteroid Lab assembler. Asteroid Lab refinery. Asteroid, crap. Asteroid Lab freezer. Asteroid Lab desk. For the rest of those containers. Container 2. Container 3. Container 4. Container 5. And the last one here is Asteroid Lab container number 6. That one's already been renamed, good. All the merge blocks, I'm gonna need to figure out what's what. And then rename those after the doors. Okay, so this one is... Let's do that, because that way I should be able to see which one is incomplete. Yep. Asteroid Lab merge block. There we go. That's merge block 1. And this here will be, I believe, merge block 2. Yep. Merge block 2 with door 2. This is Asteroid Lab merge block 3, and then this is Asteroid Lab merge block 4. Cool. Let me think. Those inset planters. No. There we go. Okay, those already have their names. I do need to make these a bit more yellowy in color. Right, lighting is going to be needed in here, but it's a bit tricky to do that with all of the other lights on, so let's see if I can figure out which light does what. Probably not. Maybe actually. You know what, I'll just take all of the floodlights and turn them all off. Yep, that already works fine. Cool. Probably gonna use corner lights quite a bit here. Oh, oops. That's not what I wanted. There we go. That's what I wanted. If I just have these two, is that gonna be enough? No, it won't. I'll need more over here as well. I think I'll need 3 to cover the entire thing. Asteroid lab light. There we go. There we go. Let's do them at a range of 15 and an intensity of... I think I can even do intensity of 0.5. Yeah, this is more than plenty. Yep, nice. I like it. Nice soft light, not too bright in there. Since we're gonna be in space anyway, I won't need a huge amount of light there to keep everything well lit. Gonna go lay down on the couch. Okay, go. Have fun with your show. Stupid creature. Shut up. Yeah, this is perfectly fine on 0.5. I might make it 1, but I think light-wise this is more than plenty. Especially since most of this place is all white. A tiny bit of light like that is already good enough to be able to see properly without any issues. Maybe I'll add a little bit of light in the lab one. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. This one. It's this one, I think. Let's make those a little bit more intense. Yeah, have the rest of it be on quote-unquote comfort light. And this is a little bit brighter because this is work lighting. I might even make that. Let's give these a slightly lower radius of, let's say, 2. Yeah, that's better. Because when you're coming over here, walking over, the little edge here was very, very bright. And that's no longer the case. This is a lot nicer. Although, do I want to have these look like grow lights, aka have them be very orange? Yeah, I kind of like that actually. That's not bad. Let's have a little bit of a Google and see what the hex color code for grow lights is. Because I've got a feeling it might be more red. Then you get a million cell things. Ah, okay, so they're making them purple here. Yeah, sure, I could do that. Let's see how this is gonna look. That is 214. 83 and 211. No, that feels way too pink. Let me actually have a look at my farm plots, because my farm plots, they have a specific color here. 80, 0, 170. Let's match that with it. So 80, 0, 170. Yeah, this is the exact same color as the planters over there use. Although I will say I'm not sure if I like the purple on the green there. I think I liked it better when it was red-ish. Oh, okay, cool. Great. I got a link here from 5 years ago, and apparently that whole website doesn't even exist anymore. Cool. Let's see. Let's see what this red would look like. That is... Nah, also not a huge fan. I think I'll just leave these at the color that I normally have them on, which is halogen light. Wait, actually, I have one more option. Reproducing the colors of real-world light. Oh, grand. And that website also no longer exists. Bollocks. Why do all these websites keep disappearing? Ooh, yes, this might be a good one. Phosphorus. It's not orange enough. Let's mess about with it a little myself then, I guess. I had it on 50 by 150 a bit ago. Yeah, that feels a little bit too muted. Can I make that a bit brighter? About there. Yeah, that Kinda looks like. What I'm looking for is those heat lamps, that kind of color. Ah, there we go. Okay. Glowing red heat lamp is 235. 71. 36. This is one of those glowing red heat lamps. Not a huge fan, actually. That looks a lot less orange here than it does in the actual one. No, I think I'm just going to leave it with halogen light. Which is mostly white. It's not fully white, it's a little bit off-white. Just a tiny bit, but it's pretty close to white. Oh, interesting. Somebody here has... Ooh, cool. Okay, this could work. Let me see. Planter. No. Plant. There we go. Now, one of the websites that I was looking for, somebody has most of the lights here. Let me see. Yeah, stuff like mercury vapor street lights. 260. No, those are way too blue, aren't they? No, that's too blue. Sodium vapor, is that the one I'm looking for then? 209. 178. That does look a little odd. .47 by 41. This should be candlelight. Yeah, you know what? This is I think this is about what I was looking for. Because this feels like warm light. This feels warm. You can kind of feel the warmth coming off of it just from the color of light there. That's exactly what I wanted. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, that's really nice. I like it. Okay, then I think for now we are just about done here. What's this? Yep, this is all fine. Let's see, is there anything else that I want to add in here? Think. Let's go through everything again. I have hydrogen, I have oxygen, I have O2H2. I have assembler and refiner. Basics, but that's fine. I don't think I need more than basic at the moment. And if I do need more than basic, the exact same space that this takes up, I can get rid of this cargo container underneath and put the normal assembler in. So I could potentially add a normal one in here, but I kinda don't want to. I kinda want to leave this as a, not really as a starter base setup, but like I don't want this to immediately be a high-tech do everything base, if you get what I mean. Because I think to immediately get everything, that just, yeah, I don't know. Not a huge fan of it. I think it would be a lot more fun to first have the basics and then later on add the advanced stuff, and then in the form of side modules potentially, or in a different way. Because I definitely want this to be a base that is modular and that has other modules that I can like attach to the side of it.
Inventory full. Of these. 3, 4. There we go. There. 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 And there. Okay. 4 of these. And let's make them red so that I know those stick out. Because that's going to be important when I want to connect the other modules to it. Okay, one more air tightness check. Hopefully the last one that's needed, because I think we are about done. Vent. Depressurize. Room pressure 100%. Cool. We are fully airtight now. Good. Okay, fantastic. Battery needs to be on recharge. There we go. Make sure to fill that up all the way. Let's see what's underneath that, because I think I may want to add an extra battery. Oh, yeah, I can definitely do that, because that's underneath the planter.
Yeah, that's easy peasy. Okay. Let's see, how is this one oriented? Okay, towards the middle. Good. Nope, oops. Okay, cool. There we go. Let's make this. Oh. Asteroid Lab battery number 2. And set this on recharge as well. Asteroid Lab battery bank. Save that as a group. And this one doesn't need to be shown up anymore. And this one doesn't need to show up there either. Asteroid Lab vent. Depressurize on off. Asteroid Lab battery bank recharge on off. And then I think I want to make a group of the doors as well. Asteroid Lab doors. Close those. There we go. Okay, fantastic. Then I think our cozy little lab is ready to be shipped off to space. And I quite like the look of this. This looks really cool. Yep, big fan. Big fan. Very big fan of that. Okay, then I think I'm gonna be done for today since Gunnar isn't showing up either way. And I've got a lot done here. Then next time, what I'm gonna need is a way to ship this up into space. I'm gonna need to disconnect it from the base, potentially in a way where I can reconnect it, so I can weigh this thing, so I can check out how much it weighs. Because I need to know how much this weighs in order to get this up to space. Hey, that rhymed. Lame. I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep this under here because I quite like the way it looks, but you're also never gonna see this. You're most likely never gonna see it. One thing that I'm thinking of for like connecting this to stuff is I'm probably gonna add pillars like this underneath rather than having full blocks. I think I quite like having these pillars like that. Let's add the components for quite a few of these in there as well. And then if I add multiple other modules to it, I can connect those to the asteroid in the same way. by making pillars underneath, support pillars. Yeah, I think I'm quite happy with that. Oh, right, I need to turn on all the floodlights again. There we go. Let's turn all of them back on. And then it becomes, yeah, becomes very bright in there, but that's fine. It's whatever. That's no problem. Okay, well, as you guys can see, it is almost midnight here, so I think I'm gonna call it a day. A little bit shorter today than usual, but I've got a lot done. I've got a lot more done than I usually do. I will be back on Friday, and then we'll go and see if we can get some cool shit done. Get a ship built that can actually lift this up into space, and also the other module parts that I want to attach to this, and maybe I'll even add modules that have space for other modules, depending on how much I can expand this, how much space I have up in space. I mean, technically I have all of the space, but I do want to put this in. I want to put this in a location where I can have some shade, where I can add some maybe shade walls. I'm not sure yet how I'm gonna do that or how that's gonna look, but that's a future Fed problem. For now, I'm done for today. I hope you guys had a good time, and I will see you guys tomorrow with Sunderfolk. Me and Izzy will be continuing on it tomorrow. Last week we couldn't because Izzy had a meeting, so we'll be continuing on it next week. Until then, bye guys. Wrong buttons. There we go. Bye bye.